I had to change that there because I knew there wasn't going to be one far behind. I didn't realize there was going to be one straight after. Um, we have to give it a try. Racing hards, intermediates, or wets. 152.2 the times we're looking at currently. So I think we'll get jumped on with that. Can't enter until obviously Wednesday. Have I got one of these? No, I don't. No, I don't. I wasn't sure. Free practice. Okay. Okay. Oh no! It's a wet track! It's a wet track. Right. Point taken. Right, so it's a wet track, intermediates possibly. It's not raining, so... Car settings. Okay. Let's try this. Oh dear. This race is going to be so bad. Okay. A, we know we're close. B, we know the enters of what we need to be going for. Now, spin out, not so great. Traction control could go up. Brake balance could go more to the rear than it is to the front, but faster through there. Brilliant. Okay. Ooh. Very close spin out there. I think the best thing for us to do at the minute is to have a little look at how people are actually taking this track. For me, it's something I've never done in a Formula 1 car, or Super Formula. But the beauty of it is the fact that we can watch sort of like the top times and at least take a few things away from their lap, because 152 is sort of the best. 153, we're sitting at 7,000 right now. We could get that down. Oh, to be honest, 100th in the world, sitting at 56, just means it's more doable. 3 whole seconds in between that. Sort of fading out, getting a little bit slower, a little bit less time in between, but still good times. 2 minutes 12 just won't cut it, and that's kind of why I wanted to have a look at what one. Do you know what? We will go for number 3, and we'll see what that lap's like. And from this, we can take other braking points. You know, how flat or narrow people are taking corners, and hopefully take a few seconds off of that lap time. There's also a merchandise giveaway for anybody watching right now. If you want to look at the post on the channel and get involved with that, then that is your thing. Replay. Okay, so that was his time. I'm going to replay his lap, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to sit it in the cockpit view, and not for the wheel rotation or anything like that. I think we can kind of grasp how that's going. But the carousel on the Nürburgring track, it was a big help for me to see not only the outside and the lines they were taking, but like the gears, the traction, all that sort of thing. You can see them tweaking it as they go through. So hopefully it pulls up a little bit more of a plan for us when we come to do our time in a second. Okay, fair enough. So now we've seen the gears that he was using for what corner. I feel like we could take possibly a few seconds off now. And that's the idea, is essentially to narrow, minimalize, and then try and execute. Which means narrow down the gears, narrow down the corners, minimalize any extra time that you're spending doing other things, like aside from what these people are doing. Um, and then executing your perfect lap will bring you your final time. Now your final time depends on where you start, but in the Nations Cup it's a little bit different. There's a qualifier before the actual round itself, whereas on your daily races and your sort of more arcadey lobby races, you won't have that. And so it's always handy just to be ahead of the game, so that when it comes to the qualifying lap, you keep yourself in there. You could be on a bad day, but because you know the track, it's just second nature to you. And your time, because you keep getting a corner wrong and your time's maybe not as good as it could be, there's no much help in that. There's no much help in that at all. Be good to yourself. Now we have our Porsche here for this. Yes, Marina. No, it was soft. We started on the softs, didn't we? Because we have a good time. We have a good time. We're not quite punching into the next sort of. Well, right now we're starting in fifth, or thereabouts. But at some point or another, with a faster lap time, we will start in a more, we'll say, not as fortunate position. Got the softs on. Entry period starts in a minute 50. That's not bad. That's not bad. I can ramble. Says I can ramble and then goes silent. Yeah, so this race here we done not too bad in, but it's gotten to past the point of clawing time off. It's more into the point of like fine lines. Somebody on my friends list here. So there was a time that he'd set. Now he's 153. He's pretty much, you know, pretty much one of the top 100. And I'd done a thing in a supercar, and I ended up a second behind him. But in this, unfortunately, we're sitting three whole seconds behind. It's a lot to take off, and I mean, I feel like I've got a lot of the car to try and learn still. It was just released, but the fact that he got 153 around there is just mind-boggling. 30 seconds to wait. Oh, there he is, Eddie. How you doing? What is the patter of the day? I was at work all morning, so I'm trying to get myself a few races, and then we've got Nations Cup starts this week as well. So we have a Formula One car around Spa-Francorchamps, believe it or not. So yeah, that's going to be a bit of a fun one to do, or not. It could just end in carnage because it's a wet Formula One race. I'm not too sure. The person that finished his lap and was able to get like number 1 or number 3 in the world, his lap was done, but at some point during testing it dried up and he got like a clean dry lap out of it. So I feel like if we spend 5-10 more minutes in the Formula One car around that track, we might be able to hack some time off of it. But that's all in theory. Everything's in theory until it works out, isn't it? So qualifying time trial. Get some laps of this done, I think. Okie dokie. So what's the patter, Eddie? Are you going to be tuning in for the Nations Cup? realised I had to sort my microphone out there. So, if there's anything anybody thinks that needs to be done, fixed, track-wise, car-wise, line-wise, chuck it up in the chat because I need to. Eddie, I have a question. The next Six Nations, the next Nations Cup is starting on Wednesday through for another 3 weeks. I just thought I might let you know. Yeah, man, it's pretty much the same old, isn't it? But like I say, anybody wants to chuck anything into the chat about how to help or maybe asking questions. Again, I'm not number one in the world, and I am very far from it. But it is another perspective, I suppose, if that's the level you're at, and that's something that you enjoy or want to learn from, then by all means. But all my streams are chat orientated, and you know, we'll kind of knuckle down, and it's not just me. We're all going to try and knuckle the time down. It's not just me, because sometimes there's been people that have said, you can take this corner in this, and it helps, and it works, and you get better. So, you know, anything that works, don't fix what's not broken. So, I am, however, gonna have to restart this because that first corner was atrocious. Completely unsure as to where the penalty came into play there. I was sure it was on the left-hand side curb just down. will clarify, the hardest thing about this track is the very, very fine line you have between penalty and no penalty. That fine line between penalty and no penalty pretty much seals the deal for everything. Which isn't bad. 450 to go. 56.6 is one of my harder times to beat though, and I can't really claw that back. We've got Mitchie in at 2.2. He's also Darkness Induced Rage on YouTube if you want to look up. Try and mess with these settings, try and figure out how to turn the volume down at least, but it doesn't seem like we can unless we exit to the menu. My thing would be to be able to get into the race first. After a couple of laps, you could keep on trying to nail your lap, but then jump into a race after a couple of hours and be completely out of place. So I think after a couple of horrible practice laps, we'll jump into the main race, see if we can't get ourselves a result. And to be quite honest, if it wasn't for me being in a race beating my personal best, it would be a different time put there for my personal, but unfortunately it doesn't count in race. It only counts what you do in your practice lap, which is unfortunate. But you've it's pretty much your choice. I prefer to go into a race and, you know, figure out the kinks there and then, see who I'm going to be up against, see where my positions got me. Times have changed, positions have changed in the world where people are positioned for their times. So it'll be different people. We are currently trying to build this driver rating here. That right there. Now, we did a good job last time. We're up over halfway. We had an empty bar the last time. Trying to get into driver rating B. Once you get into driver rating B, everybody gets a lot more butt hurt, I realised. Have they got that track on Forza, have they? Yeah, Forza seems to be one of the favourites. One of the favourite tracks going. Jasperino was added to this not that long ago. It was added in December as part of the Spec 3 update. And so was Villeneuve. Well, Villeneuve, sorry. Villeneuve being the other Formula 1 track, which is also included in the new cup that's going to be happening, the Nations Cup. Manufacturers Cup has a difference. Obviously, you pick a manufacturer, race for them, and that's that. But in the Nations Cup, Bathurst, really, really love Bathurst. I think Bathurst might be one of my top 3, as well as Nürburgring. And Yas Marina comes quite close to a couple others for third spot. Hasn't been decided, but, you know, can it grumble? Can it grumble? So before we go into the race, I've got to stretch these legs off a little bit and get myself ready and prepared. And get myself some racing fuel. Back in a tick. So we actually have a horrible start. I'm not going to lie. We are starting in the softs. This race is full of Porsches as well. Let's get ready to rumble. Yeah, it is better grip, man, and hopefully with the soft we'll be able to catch up a little bit, but at the moment it's about overtakes. It's about overtakes and smart pits. The driving. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, man, I would go for medium as well. It just gives those people up front more time to get away. And the fun begins. Now, if nobody can hear my comms very well during the race, just let me know in the chat and I'll sort that out. Perfect, thanks Eddie. We're giving time on first place. Yeah, you're not wrong, Eddie. There was a bit of fighting there. I've seen that. had to give like the one that's in position 7, and I had to give him his place back because I got bumped into the back of him. Hello to everyone that's just started watching. Could see a lot of pit stops here. Softs off, mediums on. We'll take a little dive through the catacombs before we dive onto the track. I actually think I might need a Red Bull myself, to be honest. That's usually my go-to for this, but I didn't grab any. Trying to gain on him now. We're gaining now. Our time got a little bit less attention in this race. We started a little bit further back. I wouldn't say it's been a bad one. Cool. So we got a P6. We'll see how many places we went up. It's all 911 GT3Rs that are in here, apart from a GTR Nismo and 10 Beetle GR3 and AB in 11. That's AB in 11. The M6 GT3 endurance model there, 16. 12. Of course, it's a definite favourite, but I mean... Oh, there we go, Jamie Holder. How's it going, Monsieur Holder? 5 positions raised there for the first race, not bad. Not bad at all. I am not bad. Jamie, how are you? Your racing been going as planned, or has it been like mine and an absolute shambles? I wanted to ask, actually, now that you're in here as well, there's a Nations Cup. Have a look, have a try, let me know. Let me know what you think of that. Personally, I think it's going to be one of the hardest things that I've done No, have a look. Have a look at the Nations Cup. In fact, do you know what? I'll show you. I'll show you just now, my man. So the event schedule here is Spa as the first race, but it's in an F3500B, which is this. Look at that car. Are you joking? So I tried to go on. What I will recommend is starting the inters, because the hards have no traction whatsoever. But there's that 15 laps. It's a Formula 1 car or a Super Formula car. I can't really make out. Yeah, that's ridiculous, man. It's absolutely ridiculous. So the F3500, the Formula 1 car actually comes in again. I checked, man. I don't have it. What was I going to look for there? F35B. Right, okay, so then, if I go back to the event schedule, you'll see we also have St. Croix. That's the F35A. F3500A. Which I think is faster. Judging by A and B, not judging by anything else. GR2 for the last round, specified for the fifth. Specified for the second, GR3 for the third. Another Nürburgring, we've seen that in the Manufacturers' Cup. We've got Gilles Villeneuve, another Formula 1 track that was added at the same time Yas Marina was added. Yeah, there's a lot of excitement. Oh, a better enter. Oh no, better enter. No, I missed it. See, I shouldn't have done that. But I'm not gonna go and give that other one a try. I'm gonna stay on this and try and see what we can do with the track. The Formula 1 one, I'll be streaming that at some point through the week. Potentially tomorrow, but maybe Monday, Tuesday. I'll cover a little bit of that, because I'll be needing to practice, and I don't see why potential help from viewers or potential help from myself towards viewers might be a good idea. So, and I feel like there's a lot that people can, they'll say it, and I'll kick myself because it should have been done. You should have noticed it, but you just didn't. Let's get these tires back on here. So, how many positions was that raised? 5, 6? Around about that. Okay. I did go on to attempt the what's it called? I did go on to attempt the daily race B, but it was not for me. It was not for me. I didn't feel comfortable on it either. Like, I would need to get to know the track, so I would have to spend time on it. But for the sake of me going in and doing a couple of races, it's not happening. Not whilst there's races like this here. I feel like it's got a lot to compete with when stuff like this is up. For sure. See, that's why I was driving so weird there. I knew there was a penalty in there somewhere. 156.6 is hard to beat. We're pretty consistent with the 157. Now, brake balance wasn't too to the back. I feel like now let's try the brake balance and see if our corners aren't doing a bit better. And now the brake balance is sort of like to the back, and to accommodate for that when I'm trying to come in and out of corners, I need to remember that I'm always going to go in a corner sharper now. So what was sitting 137 under that side. I think I'm going to have another look at a lap for this track. Because I haven't actually looked at laps since I tried this the first time. And so I got a 156.6, which, I mean, as far as it goes for me, perfect, but not good enough to reach that top spot. GT racing on YouTube is unbelievable. Unbelievable. I can't look at that through there. I need to go here and then here. Can I do it through here? Yeah. But just bear in mind, I want to just quickly capitalize on this little this little fact of figures here. In between number 1 in the world and me, in between 151 and 156, there is 25.1 thousand people, like, trying to, you know, cram themselves into that top spot. Near impossible. Now, you've got Veriso Gallo there, Serrano, De Bruyn, Paul Ura, hence you've literally got Estevez. You have all all the world champions taking the top spots with these times. Drummond. I think we looked at number 3 last time, so I think we'll go for the random number. Oh wait, Serrano, Gallo, Ura, and Hensey have replays. Right, okay, let's go for Mauricio Gallo. And let's see what his business is. Very quick through that S-bend. We're trying to focus on the gears, what he's maybe doing differently because you see the braking. Okay, which is fair enough. I think taking some of that now on into our lap. Let's go and have a look at ours. Ooh. Okay. There's a new Red Bull Ring challenge as well. So we need to try that. The Nürburg Nordschleife 24-hour. We might try that in the Elantra because that's a new car. I'm sure that's a new car. Autodromo Monza. always fun. But we will see what that one. We'll see what that one's bringing. I want to go back to Yas Marina. Entrance has started, so you know it's not as if we have to come back out into the main menu to be able to join. What was I looking for there? It's got to be in here, surely. If I click on the quali button and it should have. I have been wrong. I wonder. Just gonna quickly have a look at Showcase. Showcase is where all of your screenshots, uploads, races that you've saved. Trial Mountain looks good as well. Playing Forza Motorsport. As much racing on the go at the same time is a good thing. Certainly. Go back to here, Showcase. Music. I had no idea this was all here. Okay. I want to go to Mines. Daily race qualifying time trial. That was Interlagos. That was Interlagos at the end of first month. Deep Forest there. That was fun. I actually quite enjoyed that. And these are all fastest laps. The ones with the purple times up the top right are all fastest lap ones. But unfortunately, yeah, safety rating in S is completely essential. But I mean, it goes to show that, like I said about driver rating B, when I'd went into driver rating B, the situation with that was you would think it got better, it didn't. It got worse for like tail touches, you know, just not sharing the track really as you're going through corners and stuff. So it just goes to show that it really doesn't matter what your driver rating is, you know. You get heavier penalties. If your driver rating's like one of the highest, you'll get heavier penalties. You pretty much get penalised for anything. So it's not in there. That's a shame. I really thought I'd saved that. Minutes to go. In the meantime, we have 11 things to open. So we'll start with a 6-star roulette ticket. You have got to be joking. Seriously impressed with that one, because my luck on these things are not anything short of nothing, so yeah, that's nice. I like that. How long have we got? Still just under 10 minutes. We'll get these open because, I mean, I can't not open them, and if I don't open them, they're just going to sit there. Now, I'm also sure, obviously they expire, but I'm sure there's a cap as well on how many you can have at one time. Yeah, I'll take the gold one. That's 5-star now. Possible engine tune-up. an invitation to Aston Martin, which means received an invitation from a manufacturer to purchase a car at Brand Central. Nice. Okay, 4-star roulette tickets, get them out of the way. Still have plenty of time. Not bad. What's that, suspension? High lift camshaft, yeah. NSX Type R though, that's a good car. Can't imagine that could get any better, to be honest. Come on! Pennies. Pennies. Thanks. Thanks for 10k. I would much rather have the engine parts, but... I know, shady. Yeah, you're telling me. You're telling me. To be quite honest, Eddie, you don't get a lot of big prizes, but when you do get one, it's like it's about time. And I'm just going to show you another reason that you should potentially get yourself a PS5 and get Gran Turismo and a sim rig. I have a Logitech G29 simulated rig that I currently use for my races. We just got Murcielago. Nice. Get the 4 stars out of the way. I'll take the gold bars again. Brilliant. I completely forget this is a thing until I look at the number next to my garage and I see like 11 or 12. Come on. I'll buy insurance for the dust cap with that. Come on, let's have it. Big bars, big bars, big bars. Big bar. Ah, see, I mean, I do have 30 million, and I don't actually like to buy cars. Has your driver rating gone up? Yeah, to be honest, man, it has a little bit. So I managed to get it off the ground of driver rating C, and we're trying to break back into halfway up for the fact like trying to be into driver rating B. I signed up for the Nations Cup, and that has put me in as driver rating C. So we're gonna have to. We'll drive it as a driver rating C, but on top of that, I think the important thing is just to try and win as many races as we can throughout this, and then we'll see what the results are. For the Manufacturers' Cup, we got first in the region. No, we got first in the local region. Yeah, man, I think it might have just been a shocking week for everybody, to be honest. It was a shocking week for me, definitely, and it's actually come as a surprise that I've been able to get that up as much. Driver rating is always going to be a questionable thing and a fluctuating thing, whereas my sportsmanship rating is always sat at the top of S. So I must be doing something right. Um, but the driver rating's the hard one. That's the one that takes the time. The sportsmanship rating, it doesn't take a lot to not smash somebody off the track, and if it's accidental, the game analyzes and picks that up. So I mean, as long as you're not, a bully on the track, like you'll be fine. But for the point of from the point of driver rating, that all comes down to your braking, your driving line, your just the smoothness of everything. And that's why these people that are up at the top of the leaderboard are at the top of the leaderboard. Oh, do you know what? Do you know? Hold on. I don't know if this is going to do anything for my car, but I just noticed that the oil is. Hold on, hold on. I don't need to wash it, but let's just wash it. Why not? Shiny oil change. Okay, engine overhaul. Yep, please. Tile. Restore rigidity. Repairs warps and dents. Yeah. I feel like because you're using your personal car, you will only get one good time unless you're upkeeping the car. And I mean, even for me, this is something that doesn't catch my mind half the time. But when it does, you go back into this and you start looking at everything that's actually wrong with it, and you can see why maybe your car's not doing as well. But everything should be good now after doing the oil change. Didn't have to wash it, but I mean, we were there. 28. It means that I've got enough time to enter. Not rent event. There we go. Soft. Right, we'll just get in there. We'll get into the lobby. What I'm going to do is stretch the legs before this one for a minute, but I'll put the ranking board up so you can see who is where on the top, at least 10. See what times people are getting. Jeez, oh, another 11 start, okay. Formalities, of course, out the way first. We're all 56s up until position 6, and then that's when it really starts to get don't know, not out of reach, but depending on slipstream, all these other things that start to come into play. You know, it's all a deciding factor when it comes to maybe like a half second to a second after your personal best. You know, that's probably within reach in a race. Again, slipstream corners, but anything over like a second and a half to like 2 seconds, you know, that doesn't seem like a lot, but it's a reach. Oh, my heart is in my mouth right now. I thought that was us. Looks like Santiago might be getting a little bit of contact from ourselves. Okay. Coming from Jim. those that have just joined, we're currently trying to fight our way back from a bit of a spin out. We came out of it alright, the pace was like 10 seconds what we thought it was an awful lot of time and position. Just switched to the medium tyres over the softs. We spent the first 6 laps in the soft tyres, and now we're in the mediums trying to gain some positions here. A lot of people still fit as well. I had to give him that position back there. That was completely my fault. That was a good race. I fair enjoyed that considering we finished in ninth. Also the fact that that wasn't exactly ideal for us. Still finished two positions up, but I mean, you know, for at what cost? And the next one should just be about ready. I think we can go straight into this next one. I think. Yeah, man. I don't like dirty racers, but I mean, it depends on how you want to specify it. Like there is people that go out their way to do it, but there's also the other side of things that's like accidental. Someone's just very unsure about how they're driving, and it is completely accidental. So yeah, I try to take it with a pinch of salt most of the time. But after a good couple of times, you start to realize that well, whether or not it's like meant or you know accidental, that's all for you to work out. (2 minutes and 5). Go have a little look at this data logger for this track again. Things will have changed. Serrano's up at the top still. De Bruyne, that's a little different actually. As he, no, he's not got one. Felicio Gallo has one. Just have a look at this. This is the driving line of said number in the world. Okay, again, we're starting on soft. We're gonna keep the brake balance to the rear also. In fact, we'll try this one without brake balance. We'll see how that goes. No, we won't. I'm not confident, actually. Yeah, no worries, Eddie. Thanks very much, pal. Appreciate it. we're almost at the point where we need to switch our tyres about.
changing the medium for the end of this one.
Quick. That was a quick pit. P1 and P2 also pitted at the same time, changing from soft. tour through the catacombs before we go back up the track. Now in slick tyres, traction control zero, brake balance to the back is good. Honestly, the heart is racing right now, so I think we maybe could have been in for first and second, third, fourth, well, first and third, but we got spun out. We had like 3 penalties. I feel like that's a win on Roberts. It's quite a good race, and not that many people were physical. There was a couple. I'm glad that Santiago is placed behind me because he's the one that spun me out. But again, these things can happen. 6 positions raised, yeah, I'm more than happy with that. That's a successful race. If you're not already subscribed, you should think about doing so if you want to get updates and notifications and all that sort of thing of when I'm failing on this game. It's more just to have a laugh than anything, but we are trying to climb now. I'm gonna have a look at my driver rating again because it's been a few races since. Yeah, we're climbing. We're at the point I thought I was gonna get to today, but there's also time for another race, which is starting in how long? About a minute or so anyway. Should have time to get in, get the tyres changed and get into the lobby. $2:15 until the race. Lovely job, late. Yeah, I didn't get a sim rig that long ago. I got a rig, I think. I got the rig itself like a lot more months prior to like 5 months ago when I started doing the streaming side of things. But as it's gotten better and as I've learned the rig, like I say, Logitech G29 is what I've got, and I've got a frame seat, a frame bucket racing seat to hook it all up to. So I've ended up quite lucky, but up until now it's been pretty smooth, I would say. There is a point where you can get to with the controller before you need to use a wheel and pedals, and it doesn't seem at the start like it did do better for control and everything else. But once you got it hooked up and you got used to it, it's actually so much better. And performance-wise, you know, your corners and everything else is just gonna naturally pick up because of it. Okay, here goes nothing. Starting in 11th again, down to the time that we've got. We've started in 11th probably the last 3 races, I think. And it was a little higher than that in the first 1 or 2. Formalities out the way as usual. Yeah, there's some fast times in here. It keeps varying between 55 and 54. I'm being honest with you, like again, the 55 and a half is probably looking doable with a bit of slipstream, but it's a hard time getting on the left. got a bit of both in catching this now, after 4 races. Finishing position. that's a pit stop. We're getting the medium tyres on. Number 2 was pitted as well. Number 1 stayed out, but I feel like he's going to lose time on that lap now. Down to stay tyres. I feel like traction control 1 would save the soft tyres and potentially in a better spot, but it's all theory. Come on, half-second penalty for that. ended up not too bad this race, finishing the fourth and going home. Really just depends on what happens. It's been a good race though. I feel like the pit strategy works. Pit position. that's our best result of the day. The other time when we were streaming this track, it was a P1 finish. It has been time since then, and we've been with times set, or times beaten. It really just depends. Safe to say it was interesting. There was a couple of bump offs, but I mean I'm happy with that. 7th position race, yeah. You know, you can't grumble at that. I was trying to say during the race that we've got the pit strategy down. I feel like it's all just down to not getting a penalty. The first position was 10 seconds away at the end of that, or 6 seconds even. You're too aggressive. Well, this guy understands. Let's play again sometime. Yeah. Certainly. Certainly. I think once you've had a wheel for like a year, I think that's like perfect point to like gauge it from. Perfect time to gauge it. Like you've used the wheel for a year, there you go. That's enough for you to say I'm okay on a wheel. There's a lot more learning in it in like the long run than there is learning the controller. Although it's easier to learn the controller, like I said before, once you get your wheel and pedals sort of into a groove, it kind of sticks and sticks and sticks, and then it's just repetition. And this wheel, the feedback settings, I just about missed that race there. I'll show you my feedback settings, and the settings for my wheel, and what I have it set to. I kind of just done the same setup as majority kind of good racers. I can't actually. Can I show you here? It's definitely not a Fanatec or a Thrustmaster. So that's the wheel, and that's all the, that's your setup. There's sensitivity and stuff like that, the forced feedback through it, and that, that sort of stuff can be gauged. Whilst we're in the menu, we just can't do it because it's only a minute until the race, or not. We're starting 12th. No, we're not. We're starting further back. Yeah. Oh well, if anything, it gives us something to aim for. Stick to the same pit strategy. 2 to the rear. Oh, good man. Is he in this? Yeah, he is. Look at that. Oh, come on, come on, come on. There. Yes. I tried to type it in before. Well, actually, no, I didn't. I just couldn't type it in time. Yeah, that was all my bad in the last race, man. It was, I don't know. I'm still getting used to driving with no traction control and getting used to brake balance. And sometimes it sends me into and or out of corners in a bit of a psychotic manner. So I apologize for that. Let me see if I can't get a friend to a little bump track during the race. We are together again. Now, I'm pretty sure that guy should have looked on his radar and his bottom right map and thought there's two people inside the corner. Surely I should just give it away. No. Let me try and take it tight. Well held by UMG. Got to drive it careful this time until we get into the pit. I've got a hunch we're all going to pin at the end of this lap. of us pitted, but we're not coming out of a bad position. I think we're just going to see how it comes out. I have no idea what the hell went on there. This has been very cool to think about it. These guys aren't bad racers. They know how to share the track. One last little bit of help from him. Go and get him, that's what he said. Well, 1.5 laps to go. We have had a couple of penalties this race, 1 or 2, which kind of proves my point that if we don't get any penalties, we do not so bad. We need this guy for second there. Got a half-second penalty. Distance from him. I think I've just got a half-second penalty there. Yep. I knew it. I seen the tyre go out. So, the race isn't really between us anymore. He's going to get out of this penalty. The exact same time, half a second on the start there, but still a second ahead. Completely ruined that corner as well. No. I wanted that to be enough to gain distance for him. Oh! Yes! Oh yes! No way! Okay, oh, I feel so bad for him though. I feel good for us, but I feel so bad for him. Right at the end. Savage. I felt so bad for him at the end there. Thank you very much. Oh my god. I didn't even realise you were still watching, Jamie. I'm kind of happy you were. I'm kind of happy somebody was watching that. That's seen the other streams, that knows what that is compared. There you go. 11 positions raised. Can we just take that in for a second? We took over 11 people in that race, all in all. Ended up in second. Well, all I can say is that's probably the best race we've had. And I know I finished I finished second in another race on this, but the reason for it was because I had like a time penalty. So I suppose I'm not going to count that one because we have this one, and aside from two, I think we had 1 or 2 half-a-second penalties, but that's good. That was a good race. Yeah, London it was. Thank you very much, Londoner. Yeah, good man. So, driver rating. Oh, we're so close. That race has just shot us up so far. I cannot believe that. Cannot believe that at all. Ridiculous. Ah, thanks, man. Is he still in the game? Nah, he's not. He's not. I was gonna say thanks to him, but oh well. Yeah, I'm very happy with that. What do you mean so far behind, Jamie? Do you mean like time-wise or? Yeah, man. I like the driver rating thing. See, that's where it gets tricky because my my driver rating was, it was in D at one point, and I went straight up to B, like within the matter of 5 races or something. It was ridiculous, but it was like a special event, and now, well, well, now it's not the case. It's like crawling up or crawling down. Yeah, it's always up or down, but I would like it if I was able to keep mines just in a, you know, in the same kind of bracket. Let's see where we start in this race. Say hello, say hello, say hello. last race of the evening. Let's hope it. I don't know if that should have been my fault or not. absolutely destroyed the pit lane entry. This is not going to be a good result. Back to where we started now. Well, that's me done streaming anyway. Yeah, race B should be alright. I just couldn't grasp it.